Thank you. Good evening. The April 22nd, 2026 meeting of the San Mateo County Board of Education will come to order. As is our practice, this meeting will be recorded. The board provides remote access for members of the public and welcomes community members joining in person and remotely. The board is following the requirements of Senate Bill SB 707, which enables remote participation by board members only under specific circumstances. I note that Board Member Alvaro is attending remotely this evening on the basis of a disability accommodation. Board Member Alvaro, could you please state for the record that there are no adults 18 or older present in the room with you?
Sure, thank you. There's no one at all present in the room with me.
Thank you. We use simultaneous interpretation in Spanish for those attending virtually through the end of public comment. Translation will continue further into the meeting if people are utilizing the channel. Thank you to our interpreters, Ana Cruz and Kimberly Larios, for joining us remotely. For meeting attendees wishing to access the Spanish translation channel on Zoom, please click on the interpretation button on the menu bar. We ask speakers to be mindful of the Spanish interpretation and speak slowly and clearly. Item 1B is the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. There is a motion to approve the agenda made by Trustee Gerard and a second by Trustee Arias. Is there any further discussion? Oh, we're going to do a roll call vote. So, may I please have a roll call vote?
Ms. Alvaro,
Aye.
Ms. Arias,
Aye.
Ms. Benini,
Aye.
Ms. Gerard,
Aye.
Ms. Love,
Aye.
Mr. O'Neill,
I was not here, so I abstained.
Mr. Torres.
Aye. The motion passes with a vote of 6-0 and 1 abstaining, and the agenda for tonight's meeting has been approved. Item 2 is public comment. Guidelines for public comment are available on the SMCOE website and in board docs and on the table outside the boardroom in English and in Spanish. For speakers who require Spanish interpretation, our interpreters, Ms. Cruz and Ms. Larios, will interpret following each speaker's comments. At this time, members of the public may provide comment for topics not included on the approved agenda. Please note that the County Board of Education does not act upon any matter that has not been agendized, except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. It is the policy of the County Board to refer matters raised in this forum to the Superintendent for investigation and/or action where appropriate. Superintendent Chavez, do we have any comments submitted prior to the meeting for topics not on the approved agenda?
No.
Thank you. Speakers are also invited to make live comment and will have 3 minutes to speak. Please make sure to keep within the time limits. To make a comment over Zoom, members of the public may use the raise hand feature. Instructions for using this feature are provided as an attachment in the board packet. Once the hand is raised, please wait to be acknowledged by Superintendent Chavez. Superintendent Chavez, are there any members of the public attending remotely who wish to make a comment at this time for topics not on the approved agenda?
I do not see any raised hands.
Thank you. Members of the public may also provide live comment in person. Do we have any submitted cards for topics not on the approved agenda?
No.
Thank you. Public comment addressing a specific agenda item will be heard after the board's discussion on the item. If members of the public wish to speak to a specific agenda item, please use the raise hand feature when the item is announced, or if in person, submit a card in advance of the item. Cards can be found on the table outside the boardroom and given to a staff member when completed. Moving on to item 3A, we have the April 2026 Employee of the Month, Alma Sandoval, Office Assistant, Human Resources, Office of the Superintendent. Will Alma please join me in the middle of the room? Testing, testing. Each month, the board and the superintendent recognize an employee for providing outstanding service. For the month of April 2026, we recognize Alma Sandoval, Office Assistant, Human Resources, Office of the Superintendent. Alma joined the county office in September of 2002 and has served in the roles of receptionist and office assistant since that time. It takes a special kind of person to turn a standard greeting into a pleasurable experience, but according to staff, Alma does this effortlessly every single day. She isn't just the first face guests see when they enter the building. She is regarded as the culture carrier and check-in queen for the entire building. I love that. Alma possesses a rare blend of genuine warmth and sharp professionalism that puts guests at ease the moment they walk through our doors. Whether it's a family looking for support or a staff member having a morning struggle, Alma makes everyone feel like a VIP. When challenges arise, Alma remains calm, leads with empathy, and ensures that people feel heard and cared for. She can take a potential concern and address it by seeking out the appropriate staff and/or resources in the building. Alma goes the extra mile time and time again, from clipping and bringing in fresh flowers, personally providing directions, or walking someone to a location when guests need help. In the field, folks often refer to five-star hospitality and true hospitality as how a person makes you feel. Alma elevates the county office standards by guaranteeing every interaction is infused with genuine kindness and a yes and attitude. She does not just meet the standard of service, she defines what it should be. At times, it may look like Alma's role simply manages the desk, but what is truly happening is the managing of the atmosphere in the lobby. Her presence makes our environment warmer, kinder, and more professional. And both staff and guests are grateful for this each and every day. And I will say, when I do come in and I get to see you, you always have a smile on your face, and it just makes me even more excited to be here. Usually I come in late and she's already gone, but when I catch her, I love it. But we are proud of the county office staff and are pleased to recognize Alma for her outstanding work. Congratulations to Alma for being named Employee of the Month for April of 2026. Would you like to say a few words?
I just want to say thank you to whoever nominated me. One of the joys working for the San Mateo County is the people that I work with. Every day I come in, just like you're saying, I give joy. People give joy to me too. And one of the things that I value the most is the people that have really influenced me throughout these 24 years working for the county, 12 years at the juvenile hall and 12 at the county office. And I can speak about a lot of different stories, but just to have a conversation with someone influenced me to go back to school. And I went back to school to CSM and I graduated, but everybody has really influenced me for good things. Thank you.
We're so lucky to have you. This is for you. Moving on to item 4A, is there a motion to approve the minutes of the April 8th, 2026 regular board meeting as presented?
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve the minutes of the April 8th, 2026 regular board meeting made by Trustee Love and a second by Trustee Gerard. Is there any further discussion? May I please have a roll call vote?
Ms. Alvaro,
Aye.
Ms. Arias,
Aye.
Ms. Benini,
Aye.
Ms. Gerard,
Aye.
Ms. Love,
Aye.
Mr. O'Neill, Mr. Torres.
Aye. The motion passes with a vote of 6-0 and 1 abstaining, and the minutes of the April 8th, 2026 regular board meeting have been approved. Item 5 is the consent agenda. The consent agenda is not debatable and requires a unanimous vote for passage. An item may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular order of business for separate discussion and action if any member of the board, the superintendent, or the public so requests. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve the consent agenda made by Trustee O'Neill and a second by Trustee Gerard. Is there any further discussion? May I please have a roll call vote?
Ms. Alvaro,
Aye.
Ms. Arias,
Aye.
Ms. Benini,
Aye.
Ms. Gerard,
Aye.
Ms. Love,
Aye.
Mr. O'Neill, Mr. Torres.
Aye. The motion passes with a vote of 7-0 and the consent agenda has been approved. For items 6A and 6B, the board will move to closed session to hear 2 interdistrict attendance appeals.
President Torres,
Yes,
we have someone online who has their hand raised. Would you like to acknowledge it?
yes, that's okay.
Ms. Blanco, you may speak.
Hi everyone. I am so sorry. I thought I raised my hand to speak on Alma. I just wanted to say congratulations to Alma. I've known her for some years now, and everything I agree with everyone all the comments that you all made. But I just wanted to add that she is such a breath of sunshine, and I really enjoy coming to the county office of ed. And first person we see is Alma. So I just want to say congratulations to her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Moving on to item 6. For items 6A and 6B, the board will move to closed session to hear 2 interdistrict attendance appeals. The first is Interdistrict Attendance Appeal 26-4, filed on behalf of a student currently residing in the San Mateo Foster City School District, but requesting to attend school in the Belmont Redwood Shore School District. The second is Interdistrict Attendance Appeal 26-5, filed on behalf of a student currently residing in the Ravenswood City School District, but requesting to attend school in the San Mateo Foster City School District. Before we begin, are there any comments from the public?
No comments from the public.
Thank you. Upon the conclusion of both closed session items, the board will return to open session to report on any actions taken in closed session.
I'll be back in a second for closed session.
All right, Miss Susan, can you hear us?
I can. I can't see anything yet, but I can hear you.
Thank you.
Now I can see you.
Thank you. We are returning from closed session. For item 7, the board will report on actions taken in closed session. For IAA 26-4, the board voted to deny by a vote of 7-0. For IAA 26-5, the board voted to approve by a vote of 7-0. For item 8A, Joanna Rasmussen, Chair and Commissioner, San Mateo County Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission, also known as JJDPC, will provide a presentation from the San Mateo County JJDPC. Yes, and they should, and they should be up shortly, and then you should have a remote up there to maneuver through.
Is this on? Is this on? Yes, okay, great. Okay, wonderful. Let me just get the lay of the land here. So this is it. Uh-oh, what did I do? Or did someone else do something?
I think someone else, but give us 1 second.
Mic check. Mic check.
Will she change the slides then? Oh, okay. Okay, so, okay. I'm guessing it's this button that goes to the next slide? I'm sorry, is.
Slide.
Okay, so just let me know when we're ready to go. Yeah. It's okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, thank you so much for having me here this evening. If we could just go back one, please. Thank you so much. My name is Johanna Rasmussen. I'm the chair of the San Mateo County Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission. And I think you have a copy of the slide presentation in front of you. So as this is working out, I'll just go ahead and begin. So the mission of the San Mateo County Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission is basically to ensure that our young people who are system impacted have their needs met, are treated with respect and dignity, and are receiving the services they need to thrive. Our commission, we're a joint commission, so we're two separate bodies. We can go to the next slide if possible. We can go to the next slide. So we're two different bodies. We're a state and federally mandated commission. The Juvenile Justice Commission was formed after the Federal Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act of 1974. And under that body, which is governed by the Board of Supervisors, we are tasked with delinquency prevention efforts throughout the county. And then we are also a Juvenile Justice Commission, which is falls under the San Mateo County Superior Court and Juvenile Court. We have completely separate mandates and responsibilities. And as a Juvenile Justice Commission, we are actually written into the Welfare and Institutions Code, and one of our mandates is to inspect juvenile detention facilities, law enforcement holding facilities, and to evaluate the educational programs and services that are being offered to that population. So when someone wants to join the commission, they complete an application. They have to be approved by the full Board of Supervisors, by the presiding judge of the Superior Court, and the presiding judge of the Juvenile Court. So it's quite a process to go on. By law, we need at least 2 youth commissioners. We currently have 5. We believe that youth voice should be centered in everything we do. But we are also learning that having 5 youth commissioners means that we have to do a lot of work too. So, but we do, we really like to encourage the youth to be at the table. They understand what their peers are experiencing, and so we welcome that. So we can have up to 15 members, 2 of which are mandated to be youth. Next, okay. Next slide, please. Okay, perfect. So in the last 10 years, there's been major reforms. I'm just going to do an overview for the new members of the board. Since the last time we've been here, I think it's been almost 2 years since we've been here. So there's been some major reforms in the juvenile justice space, mainly the closure of the California youth prisons. Some of us knew that as CYA or DJJ. We no longer send kids, serious offenders, to those facilities. We keep them here locally in what we call a secure youth treatment facility. In actuality, it's 1 unit inside the juvenile hall, which is up on Tower Road, just above Gateway. Most of you have either been there or know about. That's our Pine 4 unit. And youth can actually stay there up until they're 25. So that's changed significantly in the past. Youth came, they were in and out. The average length of stay was 30 days. We have some youth now who've been there for up to 5 years. We've also had other changes. Used to be years ago that the district attorney, if they felt that a juvenile crime merited transfer to adult court, they could make that decision unilaterally and send them over to be tried in Superior Court. That can no longer happen. Now a judge has to make that determination, and the evidence standard is clear and convincing. And there's actually a bill right now pending in the legislation to change that to beyond a reasonable doubt. So we've been moving farther and farther away from these punitive practices that the scientific data and all the research, even the Supreme Court has ruled, does not improve public safety. So I just outlined some of the bills that are there. Next slide, please. So one of the mandates of the Juvenile Justice Commission is to inspect the facilities to ensure there's not only compliant, but that there's robust programs and services for youth. So you can see here, we have several facilities, and we actually have less than we used to. We used to do Camp Kemp, we used to have Camp Glenwood. So our facility numbers have been dwindling, but we do have quite a bit of work. We do the court holding facilities at the sheriff's department. Any police department that brings a youngster in for detention, we go in to ensure that they have what they need, what the children need when they're being detained. Part of our evaluation of these facilities includes an evaluation of Hillcrest School, an evaluation of the education at Hillcrest School, the evaluation of the educational offerings at our secure youth treatment facility. That would be for post-high school graduates, as well as Canyon Oaks Youth Center at the residential facility there. We also inspect Elysian and the receiving home, which serves youth independency court, so CPS youth. I listed some of the codes there that we look for, the educational code and Title 15. So next slide, please. So going into our educational evaluation for 2025, just to give you a snapshot of who's there. On any given day, we have between 30 and 35 youth in the entire facility, including secure youth treatment facility. So a much smaller population than we had years ago when the maximum population was 180 and kids were cycling in and out. It's much smaller. 78% of our students of the day we were there were returning students. So these are students who've been there before, who've participated in educational programming before. 50% were in 11th grade, 12% in 12th grade, 10%, 21% in 10th grade. We also have a large middle school population. It's not reflective on the day we were there, but just so you know, we have youth as young as 7th grade come in, 8th grade. I know right now that's a bit of a challenge. How do we educate in the same space a 7th grader with a 12th grader? So that's a challenge. I listed here the average length of stay. 95% of our students are students of color, and 90% have individual education plans. 5% have 504 plans. So we see that we are serving very vulnerable youth that are historically underserved. Next slide, please. When we come in to do the evaluation of education, we always will issue a survey to the youth. We pass it out. It's up to them if they want to fill it out, and sometimes they'll have questions. So I included some of the key findings there. So they have a voice in this, so they can share what their experience is like there at school. So about half of the youth report that they're not learning anything new. 100% reported that there was no technology in the classroom. 93% reported that the lack of teachers was negatively affecting their learning. 43% needed one-on-one support to learn. 64% are behind high school credits. 36% felt they were prepared for college or vocational school. And 45% said they faced challenges, the 79% population. 45% said that they faced challenges when leaving Hillcrest and trying to re-enroll in school. And I personally know that's an issue because when they run into those challenges, they call me and I bring them down to the district and we get them enrolled in school. I can't even count the number of students that I've helped enroll. And some of you have maybe even received a phone call from me asking for assistance on how we can get these youth in school. So transition planning is key, ensuring that all partners are communicating to ensure that our youth are back in school is absolutely critical to their overall success. Next slide, please. Some of our recommendations that we made this year, on the day we were there was only one credentialed teacher. It was quite shocking, quite frankly, with this population, with 90% of special education students, that we would only have one credentialed teacher. Math was being taught by a paraeducator. I'm just going to let that be. We also recommended that there was an increase in direct in-person instruction and small individual groups to replace packets. A lot of the students explained, Mr. Hanna, when they don't explain it to me, I don't know what this means. I need someone to explain it to me. I don't know what to do. If I know what to do, I can finish the packet. But packet is really in education, that's really outdated. I think we can do much better than packet learning. And then we made a recommendation to address the foundational gaps. Sometimes our youth, by the time they come to us at Hillcrest, they may not have been in school for a while. They may have missed out on that foundational learning. And we see that more now with COVID, right? Now that period of COVID when kids were in elementary school, that foundational math, those really fundamentals that kind of got missed when everybody was online at home. And depending upon what your socioeconomic status was, whether or not you had internet access, whether or not your parents were home to assist you in school during that time, all of that mattered. And all of that shows up now when they're coming into school and we see these major gaps. Oftentimes in the classroom, when I see youth acting up, I see that really it's not about their behavior so much. It's really about they don't want their peers to know that they have no idea what's going on. So it's easier to be kicked out of the classroom and go back to the unit than to draw attention to the fact that they're not up to speed with what's happening. So we requested, our recommendation was to ensure that all special education evaluations occur in private spaces, so to protect the confidentiality of students and their parents, and to ensure compliance with IDEA, to improve intake procedures. A lot of the youth, students reported that about half said when they got there was no assessment, so they just were put into class. So I think the sooner we can identify what their needs are and where their levels are, we have a much better opportunity to meet their needs. In 2022, Superintendent McGee designated the Santa Cruz County Office of Education to be their designee to do their formal Title 15 educational evaluation. And so they've done that for 2023, 24, 25. And one of the things we note is in our inspections always is the lack of transition planning and the educational code issues with Education Code 48647. And unfortunately, they mark that as compliant every year, that there is a transition plan, that we are following it. They even add extra comments to make that even more robust about, how we're in compliance when we're not. So I think that's an issue that if they continue to be your designee, we'd recommend that somebody talk to them about what the requirements are here and that we not embellish documents to suggest that we're doing things that we're not. Another recommendation was to define the roles and responsibilities. who's responsible for IEP implementation? Who's responsible for CTE selection? Who's responsible for graduation planning? Who's going to call Sequoia Union High School District and say, hey, we've had a kid here for 8 months and now they're coming home? Because contrary to popular opinion, most kids have a release date well in advance, and they're not just released sporadically where nobody knows about it. If I know about it, chances are the school should know about it too. We would encourage more family participation. Oftentimes parents will call me, Miss Johanna, I want to know how my child is doing in school. They're very proud that they're attending school. They're getting good grades, right? They want more participation. And while we were there during the inspection day, there was a situation with probation where they entered the room to take a composition book away from a youth, and it really was disruptive. And I know we have an MOU in place to preserve the integrity of the school day. So to ensure that we are following that MOU and allowing the administrators at the school to really be in charge, unless there's a situation that warrants probation to get involved, there's a safety risk. Really, that classroom should really be a sacred place for them to learn with minimal disruptions. I also want to highlight that I think this is the last 3 years we've started the school year with new administration. I don't think we've had consistent administration up there since Shelley Johnson left. And so that's hard, getting to know new people, get putting things into place. So it would be really nice to prioritize stabilizing the administration up there, because when we're strong from the top, then we really have an opportunity to strengthen, right? We really have an opportunity. So, okay, next slide, please. Okay, so that's going over the Hillcrest educational evaluation there. But I want to tell you some other things that we do, because we do like a lot of really cool things too. We don't just go in and evaluate things. I personally run a parent support group. So I myself, as some of you may know, my own child went through the juvenile justice system all the way to the California Youth Authority. So this is very important to me. So I run a parent support group so they feel heard, so they can share their concerns. And then we bring them to the appropriate agency or to the department to empower them to sort of take control of what's happening in their own families. We run a Suited for Success program. Every youth who comes in to the juvenile hall who asks for a suit receives one. I go to Macy's, I buy the suit with my own money, and I give them the suit. They can wear it to court. It builds their self-esteem, but they can also take it out with them when they leave, and now they have a suit to wear to homecoming. They have a suit to wear to a social event, to a scholarship interview, to a job interview, and many times it's the first suit that they've ever owned. And they're so excited. Mr. Chan, look at my suit. Look at, we have a college laptop initiative. So we buy the students laptops. We started a voter education program in the hall to ensure that every youth can register to vote and actually vote, irregardless of how long you're incarcerated there. We created a handbook for parents helping your child after arrest, what to do. We're in the process of updating that. We started an MP3 music program. We advocate, we go to school districts and give presentations. We train law enforcement on legal changes. We work with the district attorney. We even work with the local media. When the district attorney was releasing names of juveniles and breaching confidentiality, we met with him, and then we also met with the media and said, if you find out this information, let's keep it confidential. That's what this system is about. So we do all kinds of advocacy and policy reform work. We ran our Prevention in Action Conference, our very first historic conference. I have to say that was all Commissioner Blanco when she came onto the commission. She's like, where are our delinquency prevention efforts? And she had this beautiful idea, and we'll be showing you a video of that day in just a moment. But our goal there was to educate the educators on the obstacles and barriers our system impacted youth face, as well as we brought law enforcement and mental health and teachers remind me who I'm forgetting. Many members of the board were there. We had superintendents of schools. We put out a wide list of invitation, yeah, schools resource officers. We had members of CASA there. Probation was there. We had a youth panel. It was really a beautiful day. We had workshops from National Center for Youth Law. I think Trustee Love was there, and Gerard, yeah, and Chelsea, but and Esther was there too. So we had a very good turnout. Sadly, we did not have the kind of turnout we had hoped for from County Office of Ed staff, but I did hear later that there was a conflicting conference, but we are hopeful that this will be an ongoing thing now. We're in partnership with the College of San Mateo and Project Change. And so we're hopeful that the County Office of Ed will join us next year. Yes. Oh, okay. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Project Change, so Project Change is a program for system impacted youth at our community colleges. And they offer basically wraparound student support services to help youth succeed. So I believe the program started at the College of San Mateo, but now it's throughout the state of California. And they do amazing things. They have counselors and tutors. They provide technology. School is entirely free. They provide food stipends and transportation stipends. They remove all these barriers that keep youth from attending college. And they also provide emergency housing. I had two foster youth who were at the conference who became homeless, and they housed them in a hotel so they would be out of the rain this winter until I could secure additional housing for them. So they are doing exceptional work. They are doing exceptional work there. So we do quite a bit of work. These kids are very important to us. We consider them our own children. And so I think, oh, yes. Oh, I forgot. Okay. Statewide leader. Thank you, Jen. So last year, I founded the California Juvenile Justice Commissioners Collaborative. So every month, juvenile justice commissioners from all 58 counties in the state get together to talk about the issues that are impacting our system impacted kids. And so we're making big strides there. I sit on the Sacramento Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, the governor's committee on delinquency prevention. I was invited by the Office of Youth and Community Restoration to sit on their policy and legislative committee. And Commissioner Blanco sits on the OICR Educational Advisory Committee. So we not only lift our youth up, but we're also trying to lift up commissioners throughout the state so they have the knowledge, information, and training they need to support their students in their counties as well. Okay, so I'd like to play a video. This is just a snapshot of what that conference was like. Yeah. Well, I think I want them to watch the video and then we can do some questions afterwards, if that's okay. Let's see. Wait. Thank you. I think some of the most, I think one of the most powerful parts of the day was that youth panel. And to protect their confidentiality, we blur out their faces, but you can see the power of having law enforcement listening to their stories, right? Having the question and answer session. And for those of you who were there, you can speak to the power of that moment. And I think the Redwood City Pulse captured it perfectly. They had a quote that said, the student said, for the first time, I felt like I was really being heard. I really felt like people were listening and they were all there to support us. So it was really powerful. Some of these youth have no trust at all in law enforcement. So to see that fist bump at the end of the day was really, really something. So questions, does anyone have any questions?
Comments or questions from the board? Trustee Love? Could you turn your mic on, please?
Sorry about that. I just want to say I agreed with a lot of the things you just shared, and we don't have some of our staff here to kind of respond and talk about some of the things, but just key things on the need for direct instruction and not packets. Packets are supplemental, they're not the curriculum. Really key. Kids getting pulled out of classrooms, that's all about adult schedules. Like those adults maybe have to work later at night or whatever they need to do to meet the needs of the kids, so they're not pulled out of classrooms. Again, not operating on their needs. A family directory said 5 years in the making. I don't know if that's still not out there, this guidebook for families in Spanish and English. I hope that gets addressed. In your report, you said there, the Parent and Family Engagement Policy Handbook is.
Yeah, we've been waiting. Sarah Notch tells me that that's under development, but it's been under development since I joined the commission.
So I'm just saying, these are things that resonated with me, and we'll hear from our team sometime about where they are, but I want to highlight them because I think they're really important. I mean, we serve these students and these things should be taken care of. I know technology has been an issue from what I've heard. It's hurt kids who are trying to do college work. And I hope, and some of these things are not the county office, a lot of it's
Sure.
probation.
Sure.
So again, partnerships, I think that's really key. I always thought there could be more done for prevention by the commission. It seemed like it was really focused on the kids impacted right in the system as opposed to stopping kids from getting in it. So I appreciate that this conference was done. I would just hope that next year, that when you're planning the conference, you're doing it right alongside with the county office staff. I was really surprised that, and people commented, there weren't county office people presenting. They weren't there. And then to be invited after a date was set and there's already a conference. So I would just strongly say before you pick a date, and the whole focus on that conference was really about partnerships and not having the county office be a core partner. That you had a whole thing of logos. You didn't have the county office. I don't know if the county office said, we're not doing it or what, but I think that if the ask wasn't made and it, I'm not sure that become a priority for next year. And I did enjoy the conference, so thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for attending, and thank you for your comments. So I just want to, we were concerned too, and we would have really liked to have County Office of Ed, but unfortunately over this last year, we've had some issues where we've been instructed by legal counsel to stay in our lane. So we try to stay in our lane, but we would also like to build partnerships. So I'm looking forward to next year, and I hope we can have a partnership.
I will just add that that was a conversation we just had, just because there had been reasons as to why that partnership wasn't happening. And Marco is very open to expanding that. And I've been in the communications where we're rebuilding that partnership. So I just wanted to add that.
If I could just add that it has been so wonderful to be working with Marco. It's so refreshing. He's so transparent. He's so responsive, and it's been wonderful. So thank you, Marco.
Yes, but I will say that there have been large efforts on their part for that partnership, and we are now getting to a point where we can do that together. Yes, Superintendent Chavez.
Can I just add, I appreciate the report. I think as Trustee Love shared, there are some things that resonate. And so definitely an opportunity for partnership and to work through some of these. And so I'm glad that we are planning to schedule a meeting. I'm wondering a couple of things as it relates to the report. Was there, during your visit, was there areas where you actually thought these are great things that we could highlight and grow during your visit, or that students may have shared with you?
Again, I'm sorry, it was hard to hear.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's my,
No,
it's my hearing. I apologize.
no, we do have a protocol to remove these. Sorry. In your visit to Hillcrest, was there any areas that you felt that they're important to highlight or to grow that are positive? Maybe that surfaced through student conversations or through your observations?
I can tell you that BG, I think his last name is Bordegari. He's been there since my daughter was there. My daughter's now 39. He's been there a long time. He's certainly one of the trusted teachers there for the kids. So that's something to highlight, that stability when there isn't much stability elsewhere. I also want to point out that despite all of these challenges, the kids continue to thrive. They're resilient. If you look at their grades, they're performing. They're doing the very best we can. And so this report is basically, let's meet them. Let's meet them where they're at, because they really are excited, engaged. They want to do more. They tell me, I want to do group projects, Ms. Johann. I want to do groups. And I know we've brought some CTE in there, which is different. So teaching them different ways to learn, especially when you have special challenges. I have 2 children with special needs, and so they learn differently. So being able to learn in different ways using different platforms would be helpful. So the kids are always something I want to uplift and highlight. I also want to uplift and highlight those paraeducators and that one teacher that was there. Can you imagine what that must be like to have one teacher and paraeducators teaching math, and you still show up for work every day to do your very best? So yes, I want to highlight them as well. We do things well, but we also do things that can be, we also cause harm. And so we want to mitigate the harm. And I know there's going to be some work done on the transition planning. I would love to be part of that process, since I'm out there with the kids. I'm showing up at the district. I even had one, Jarrett, the student services, remind me, Jen, student services director for Sequoia Union High School.
Sequoia.
Yeah. So I walked in with a student. They're like, "You're from the conference." I go, "Yes, I have a student who needs to be registered." So we are making progress, but I would like to be there at the table while we're drafting those plans, to share my expertise, my experience with the youth, and just what those obstacles are. Even if it's just for one sitting, I'd like to be there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from the board? Trustee Arias?
Sorry, just that video, just seeing those children, because I want to call them children when they're under 18, right? It is up to us, the adults, the institutions, as a society to, yes, there has to be prevention, but how do we all put our part to support that effort? As much as you want to do as a commission, for the first time ever, I attended one of your meetings. There's no way that your commission can prevent and support and do everything for this youth. There needs to be collaboration. So my understanding, and again, April marks my 12 months in this board, but my understanding is that collaboration between probation, this commission, and San Mateo County Office of Ed. So it's a collaboration, and then the districts, of course, when they go back. But again, just help me understand through the years, through the past, 5, 10 years, any information you can give me, what has been like the biggest barriers, challenges, why this is not happening? Why is this collaboration that I see that needs to happen, and that I'm very thankful when I met that this transition planning is is in the works. But when I think back, right, I'm glad that those youth that are going to receive this are going to be benefiting from this. But in the past, who do we have? We have adults in their 30s, 40s who went through, only they know what they did, have to go through without all this in place. So I just want to see or understand, just help me understand, what were the barriers and the challenges? Why was that not happening? Because to me, my understanding is we are governance board for Hillcrest School, right? So as a governance board, to me, it feels that your commission and this board should be working alongside all the time.
Yes.
And together with prevention too, right, in the districts. But I think that should have happened many years ago, but maybe I don't understand. So if you can help me.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Yes. So, I mean, we are a group of citizens, concerned citizens who have this big charge, right? So we need partners. We have no budget, right? Like we need partners and collaboration. So you were at that meeting when we talked about this. It depends on who you ask. If you ask Sarah Knott, she says it's in the works, it's being updated. If you ask John Keene, he'll tell you, he'll point the finger right at this office right here and tell you San Mateo County Office of Ed is putting lawyers on me and says they don't to stay in my lane. You were there, you heard him say it. And if you talk to the school districts, they'll tell you, we keep begging, we keep asking, we keep calling County Office of Ed and we're begging for someone to just communicate this with us. Just communicate they're coming back. So it depends on who you talk to, who's at fault. But in order to fix it, we all have to stand up and say, I own it. I own it. You know, and so any child in that facility who's there for 20 days or more will get a transition plan, will go back to school, and we will ensure that. We will ensure that will happen. And that's on all of us, no pointing fingers.
Another question I have, you say for 20 in your slides, you in 2025, students with IEPs were 90%. So we're talking about you had 30 to 35 youth average a year. So out of those, 90% have IEPs.
Yeah.
My concern as a special education teacher, how is the compliance with the federal requirements for these students having the services that their IEP is requiring them to have to be supported?
We haven't had an opportunity to really dive deep into that, but we are also concerned. We know that a lot of our students there have ED qualifications, and yet we don't have behavioral supports in the classroom. We don't have, if they're at their home school, they might be able to leave and go for a walk. That's not an option at Hillcrest. So I think it, again, requires collaboration. It requires educating probation as to what the rights are, the educational rights are of students, that they are entitled to this, and we have to make it work. We're the adults. We have to ensure that their accommodations can be put into place. We cannot continue to say it can't be done. It's not acceptable, because now we have kids graduating up there and going on to college. And if the college can put the accommodations into place, we certainly can.
And these 30 to 35 youth that you're talking about, are they under 18?
No, so on the day we went there for educational evaluation, we had 20 Hillcrest students, because remember, we have the other population of long-term youth who are adults.
25.
So of the 20, we had 18 youth with an IEP, one with a 504, and one saying, Miss Johanna, how do I get that? I need help.
Okay. Then my other, let's see, I was making some. My other comment or question is about the programs and resources. You talk about a parent support group that you run.
Yeah.
So kind of like, you know, it's run by you, but what about a Hillcrest as a program, as a school? And probably I would ask, like, as a we're the governing board, right? So So what is it provided for families, for engagement, for these youth that are there?
And we have to be mindful in the current climate we're at, that building up there is not really welcoming for some families who may have, may be undocumented. They're not wanting to come into a building where there's sheriffs and they're staying away. So I think we have to really be mindful on how we do that, but we absolutely need that. That is so needed. Even if we just did parent education, even if we educated them on what IEPs are supposed to be, on what the needs of their child is. There are so many areas that parents need support.
And when we think about the prevention part, where's, and I know that you have recommendations here, but what would that look like, prevention side, from what San Mateo County Office of Ed is providing to the students at Hillcrest, Canyon Oaks, and
So prevention
Gateway?
is a little bit different because prevention, of course, we want to prevent recidivism.
Yeah, from the district.
Recidivism is by enrolling them in school as
Yeah.
soon as possible and giving them as many educational opportunities as possible. But if we were to look at ideally where this starts the moment they get to school, kindergarten, preschool.
Yeah.
We have to identify what the family needs are. Is there domestic violence in the house? Is there substance abuse? Is there poverty? Are they housing insecure? Are they living in their car? I mean, Commissioner Bocanegra's online. He helped get a family an RV so they couldn't live in the street. Like, we are doing everything we know how to do. But we have to identify these needs early on, because a lot of the crimes that we see, a lot of the offenses are related to resources, right? If they had the resources, they may not necessarily be out doing retail theft, committing robberies, and this escalates, right? But there are so many unmet needs. Identifying students earlier on for special education assessments. The teacher spends, oftentimes, I know my son's teacher spends more time with them each day than I do, right? So they're in a much better position to understand what's happening with that child every single day, and maybe make that referral for mental health counseling. Maybe whatever that referral might be, to lend that support so we can meet those needs and offset some of those challenges early on, because by the time they've committed that crime, somebody's been harmed. Now there's the trauma of incarceration. So you're right, we have to start way early. And that really happens in the schools, because that's where the children are.
Okay, so providing those services to the school districts through the county services.
Even providing a resource book, like, in English and in Spanish. And even, I think we're trying to do our book also in Tongan and Samoan. Like, we need to let families know what is available. And if they need help getting there, maybe we need some more social workers. We did a lot many years ago to take out a lot of folks in the schools that did that kind of work. And now we have SROs sort of in there doing what those folks used to do. So I think meeting those needs would go a long way. I certainly don't have all the answers, but from what I see on the other side, I asked them, another thing, I asked them, when did all this start? What happened? Well, I didn't have the money to enroll in sports. Tonight, I was at the Sequoia incoming freshman night. My son's going to be going to high school, my baby. And the sports director said, we need a physical every year, even if your insurance doesn't cover it. If you want to play sports, you need it every year. Well, that's a barrier. They can't play sports. Sports teaches discipline. It's pro-social. It takes up their time. These are things that they can't do. They also tell me that, Ms. Johanna, I was bullied. I was bullied so badly in school that I joined this gang because they're going to protect me. Every one of those kids in that secure track facility up there are serious offenders, tells me they were bullied in school. We can certainly have a robust anti-bullying initiative. That's something to do.
Another comment that I have is that you mentioned that those suits that they get are paid by you. So I'm wondering how how is it possible like there's no budget from anywhere, or how do this works? Just help me understand. I just, yeah.
So because of the amount of money that was being spent, I mean, I think at last count, we were up to like $70,000, right? That have spent helping youth. And so Commissioner Bocanegra and I started a nonprofit.
Mhm.
And so now we're doing that work through there. We're collecting donations through there. But for the last 4 years, we did have, at one point, we had a grant from CZI, but all of that money has dried up now. They're not funding social justice issues. So that's how we're doing it now. So I also want to share that when Supervisor Horsley passed away, his wife Elaine called me and she said, Johanna, Don has all these beautiful suits and shoes and ties. Please come pick them up and give them to the kids. So, that helps us that way too. But we're talking about hundreds. I mean, I'm dropping, 10 suits off a month. But anyway, so we've done that to sort of offset this because it can't continue. My husband is a retired policeman. I don't work. So
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah. Okay. And maybe my last, I mean, I could go on and on all night, but I just wanted to say that I was very, it was really humbling to attend the conference and to hear that, the effort is being done to form this collaborate, like, so everybody can hear and understand where the youth is, right? And I think the panel that you provided at the end really broke my heart. Because hearing a 14-year-old telling his story and what he had to go through as a human being, I'm a mother. I have 3 children, and many of you have children, right? So to hear him in the front explaining the life that he has inside, and I look at the room and we're all adults, we're letting this happen. I know it's a difficult system. I know it's many things are like set up to unfortunately fail, but what can we do from today on, right? Maybe it's hard to keep pointing fingers at anybody in the past from yesterday and before that, but what can we do today and moving forward? And I really hope that, there's more opportunities as a trustee to support the work that you're doing, because I truly believe that the youth that you're supporting is the youth that we are a governance board for. Therefore, it is under our also role to support the youth that's there and the youth that you're supporting. So again, the conference was great, and I look forward to the next conference, and I thank you for everything that the commission is doing. Thank you, Commissioner Blanco, for being here and for your idea of the conference, and I hope that from there, a lot more collaboration can exist, especially in San Mateo County. Thank you.
Trustee Bonini?
Thank you. Well, thank you for being here tonight, both of you as commissioners, and for presenting this to us. As we should have these presentations, I think, regularly, right? I will just say, probably most people know this already, but one of the reasons, the whole reason that I'm here on this board is because of knowing that we're incarcerating our disabled youth. I have my own experiences with mental health with my own child. And as I was, volunteering and doing work with the 17th district, which we still do, which I'll talk about later, we have a luncheon coming up, right? And being up, we used to do it at Hillcrest and at Gateway, and being up, setting up for the luncheons, right? And talking to the teachers and knowing how many IEPs they were working on, I was horrified, right? So that's why I ran for this board. I knew that this was the place to be to make a change for that system, for our school to prison pipeline. So the work of our board, the work that we're doing, the work to educate the rest of the community, being the school districts, that's what's important. The literacy work, the fact that we're now this year having a pilot with OICR for literacy. We've known Trustee Alvaro's been, she's volunteered at, in our system for, decades, right? We know that the literacy is not up to par there, but it's, we need to focus on it. So there is so much work we can do, and we have to be partners. As I was working through my, knowing these things, even before I ran for this board, right? I was, on the Commission on Disabilities and the Behavioral Health Commission, because we're trying to make change, right? Bring these silos together. And it's just, I was going to these meetings for a very, very long time because that's where we need to be, right? So the partnership is essential. And the fact that we have Superintendent Chavez who understands this, it's amazing. So, I mean, I see so much opportunity. I think that for the next conference that you do, which the first one was truly amazing. I was so happy to be there, to see, I mean, it was heartbreaking, yes, but I think there's so much room for their partnerships and learning throughout the community, and not just once a year, right? Just like more constant. The picture that was at the end of the video, the very end, was one of the students standing up and hugging Johanna because she was crying, because it was very emotional. And that I lost it. And,
Seat and came to comfort me.
yeah, it came over to comfort her. So it means the work that they're doing, that we could support in more ways, it means the world. It means everything to these students. If you heard the panel of students, it was Johanna and Paul Bocanegra who were, moderating, and the students were just thanking them constantly. Thank you for helping us. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being my person. But they need more people, right? They need us. So, I could also go on. I know that our staff works really hard to serve the students. And I also know that no system is ever perfect, and we can always do more. So if we need more space and more time to develop more child find, listening to the students, right? Knowing if they need more things, if they need accommodations, and working with probation to make that more real. I mean, they do need that, right? They might need behavioral, and I don't know everything that's in every classroom, and every day is a snapshot, right? But if we need more partnership with BHRS, whatever that looks like, the systems are like this, right? And we have to pull them together. And it's going to be a constant battle, because the systems want to be independent and they want to do what they want to do. And they don't necessarily gravitate toward, what do you think I should do? But we have to work together. And I think a good trial for that, is getting the transition plan in place and having the people in the room that make, that understand it. And we've already been talking about this, right, in our policy committee, and we're excited about that, and how we can, make sure that the voices, or the practical, your voice, or I've asked questions, right, about the juvenile, the private defender,
Yes.
and the judge, and whoever is the presiding judge, that their voices are there too. So it's not like a short process, but it's important. So yeah. So I don't.
Just real briefly.
Oh yeah, sure.
So this has been an ongoing effort with this transition plan, and we were always under the impression that it was being updated. We didn't know it didn't exist. We didn't know, but we would always mark it. We didn't pass it. We would always mark that we hadn't seen it, so we certainly couldn't mark it off. But we have known for a long time that this was a huge weakness. But no one would own it. And so I have to commend Marco for owning it. When I asked him for that information, he was honest and he owned it. And that's where we start with this, is just being really honest and leave everybody's egos aside and just work for these children.
Yeah.
was-
And I feel like we're going to be able to do that, and I'm excited for it. So I just want to thank you for the presentation. Thank you for taking your time late because it's a long meeting tonight. But thank you for being very brief. Giving us an outline of things. I think that having the whole reports in our agenda was wonderful, so we can actually see that. And those are all, posted somewhere within the commission, so that's helpful. But thank you for everything that you do, and thanks for being here.
Other comments or questions from the board? Trustee Alvaro?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I sat exactly where you're sitting for a long time. I was on the JJDPC for 13 years until I termed out, and I was chair for a few of those years. One of the things we did, and so I have to say to you, the work you're doing is really good work, and it's cyclical, and it feels like you don't get anywhere, but you do get somewhere. I mean, I see huge progress from when I started back in the mid-90s. And then things turn over. I mean, when I first started, the reason I got on the JJDPC was I was on this board and found out that, no lie, probation and the county office did not speak to each other. Did not speak to each other. There were some other things going on. I'm not going to waste a bunch of time. But one of the things that we did was we made sure that we had sitting on the commission, they weren't commissioners, but they were sitting there with us at every meeting, the juvenile court judge, which was Marta Diaz most of the time I was there. We had somebody from the Board of Supervisors. We had somebody from the private defenders program on the, we brought all those people. We had things that don't exist anymore, like HSA, right? So it's BHRS, but we had those people coming to the meetings regularly so that we could talk to each other in the room regularly and go back to our own agencies and take back the work and say, here's what's going on, here's what we need. And the dialogue was constant. And, we saw things, barriers break down. I mean, we got the new juvenile hall built because we pushed it. We created that pressure to say that where the kids were incarcerated was completely inadequate. And so we did it. And so I just wanted to say to you, first of all, that there's hope. You just keep pushing and things happen. But also, I'm going to ask you about the Board of Supervisors. They really should be giving you some sort of budget. You're not talking a lot of money here. A little bit of a budget to work, because you're partly appointed by them, right? To work on things like buying the suits or printing a pamphlet or a workbook or something like that. So have you approached the Board of Supervisors and said, who's your liaison to the Board of Supervisors right now? Who's the person who's appointed on it?
Which is President Noelia Corso?
Noelia?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry. President Noelia Corso is our current liaison.
Okay, so I would approach her and say, listen, we don't need a big chunk of money, but we need some money to be able to do some of the work we're doing. And it should be able to find that. I mean, I know we're all looking for money in our budgets, but they should be able to find something to help you with some of the stuff that you're doing. And other than that, I just, thank you for what you're doing and keep doing it. And I'm really grateful that our Superintendent Chavez is working with you closely because, honesty and openness are, first of all, two things Marco does really well, but really critical to keeping the dialogue going. Do talk to us. And as I think Patricia Love said, include us collectively in the planning for some of the things that you do, and ask us to be part of it, because we need to all be working together.
Thank you so much for that. We will put in another request for some money, and we do have all those system partners still at the table. I understand we'll be getting a new representative from County Office of Ed, so that might also help us at that meeting. So thank you so much for your comments.
Trustee Gerard?
A lot's been said, and I don't have a whole lot. Well, I do, but I won't. I just want to say thank you. And I really want to say thank you for your perseverance, because I know that in the last few years, things have not, you have not received a welcome from the County Office of Education. And I've been on the board for a long time. I was visiting Hillcrest when it was in the old building. So that shows you how long. And there are a lot of improvements. I know how hard you work. And through Susan and Tom Moore and other people that I knew that were on the Juvenile Justice Commission, I learned a lot. But I just really want to say thank you to you, because you've persevered and you did your job. And the thing I love the most is that you're talking to those students, because that's really where we learn what they need. Not what we think they need or somebody else, it's from them. So thank you so much. And the conference was fabulous. I loved it. Thank you.
Other comments or questions from the board? Okay, now it's my turn. I'll be quick. Just a huge thank you for the work that you do, the the care that you give to the kids. I see it. Just I think last week, Paul showed up to Samaritan House where I work with the youth that he picked up, helping them get services, taking them to where he needed. We were able to place them for shelter until the proper housing was put in place. And that's every day. And that's every day, multiple kids. So thank you. And I'm really looking forward to this collaboration and this partnership under Superintendent Chavez. We love him. And so thank you.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Blanco, if
So just really quickly, thank you so much for allowing us to present to you all here tonight. Just want to let you know I've known Marco Chavez a long time when he was a principal, I think was it at Bellhaven? Was it? No?
Green Oaks
Okay.
in Ravenswood.
When I first met him, I was 17 District PTA membership chair, and he called 17 District PTA and he said, we need some training for our parents on how to increase our membership. So I was the one they called, and that's how I first met this fine gentleman that you all have, that we all have now as our superintendent for our County Office of Ed. I just wanted to just share with you, Patricia, Trustee Love, that I did attend the County Office of Ed. It was the Safe in Schools Communities Conference that was here for 2 days. I came the second day. I wasn't able to come the first day. And I had the honor and the pleasure of meeting, is it Mason Hendricks or Henricks?
Yeah.
Okay. We spoke about the conference, and he's on board to be part of the planning for next year. So just let you know, I wanted to provide that update for you. And that's all I wanted to say. And thank you so much for the support moving forward.
Thank you.
to great things in the future. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public? Thank you. There is no action to take on this item. For item 8B, Kevin Baltima, Deputy Superintendent, Business Services. Oh,
Somebody did raise their hand.
yes.
Oh,
Yeah, but it went back down again.
I think they, oh, there it is.
Oh, it's Paul Bocanegra.
Mr. Bocanegra, you may speak.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Thank you so much for bringing this onto your agenda, and thank you for this fabulous presentation that our chair, Joanna Rasmussen, just presented to you. I think that that is why the commission is here tonight is to ask again for that collaboration. And this is us just still pushing, just like was mentioned a minute ago. This is us just pushing and still knocking on the door. And this is something that we have to continue to do. And it gives me great honor that we're finally before you, and we're still pushing. And hopefully after this, we can be pushing together. But I just wanted to thank you, and thank you for all the great questions that were asked today, and for the commitment of a partnership and a collaboration that we know we can bring for the purpose of serving these youth. We're just trying to empower and strengthen the next generation. So when we're gone, the next generation does not have to suffer with the shortfalls that we've afforded many of our youth that are striving for an educational experience that we should be able to deliver at the highest quality. So just thank you again to this board and to the commissioners who presented this evening. And I look forward to collaborating with all you. And it was great seeing you last week, Hugo, there again, that's doing the work. And we see each other in the field when we're doing that line of work right there. So thank you. And we did get that youngster housing. Awesome work, awesome collaboration. And that's what we get done when we work together. Thank you so much and have a great night.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No other raised hands.
Great, thank you. Good night. Moving on to item 8B, Kevin Baltima, Deputy Superintendent, Business Services Division, will provide a report and updates on the status of the Rollins Road property. Deputy Superintendent Baltima.
Good evening, Board President Torres, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez. My understanding is the board requested an agenda item to discuss the Rollins Road property. Currently, the property is being offered for rent through a broker, as was the recommendation through the 7-Eleven committee. Currently, the property is not generating and has not been generating revenue since February of 2025. We did provide information regarding the building historically and provided some pictures on the current status. So at this time, it's open up to the board for discussion of the use of Rollins Road.
Thank you. Comments or questions from the board? Superintendent Chavez?
Can I just add to that? One objective for us this evening is in the discussion, if we can leave with some recommendations from the board in terms of where we might want to go with this property so we can go and research. We don't have to land on a decision tonight, but rather surface some areas where we can explore and then bring it back to the board as a suggestion.
Because we won't be taking any action today, so it'd be great to kind of brainstorm and see where everyone's head's at with that. So thank you. Trustee O'Neill?
Yeah, the reason I asked for this to be put on the agenda was I figure if we're going to start a facilities master plan, that if we did want to do something other than just trying to list it, this is an opportunity for us to, look at it and put it into the action plan for in future use. And so that's why I requested this item.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from the board? Any ideas of how to utilize the property? Trustee Alvaro?
Thank you. So we originally didn't own the building. Just a little history here. We originally leased the building for our ROP, and it was Superintendent Meal that made the decision to buy the building and do all the upgrades that we then had to do because it was then our building. We used it for ROP until the state changed the funding model. So there was no more ROP. Then we didn't have a use for it anymore. We started having a lot of discussion about what to do with it. And one of the things I asked at the time was why we didn't just simply sell it. It's not a school, it's an industrial building. It's near the freeway. And at the time, we were having the discussion. I know that, for instance, Ann Campbell, Superintendent Campbell, said she wanted to keep the option open for some programming that she thought she might want to put in. But for lots of good reasons, that never happened. And then we leased it to the San Mateo High School District for a while because they were moving their district office. And then we leased it to the charter school for a while because they were building their charter school. And then we leased it after that to Meta and made some good money on it. But I bring up the question again of why we're holding on to the building. And I'll just leave it at that.
Superintendent Chavez? No? Okay.
That property is very valuable, and although it isn't currently renting, potentially could in the future. Currently, we have a long-term lease for both Ann Campbell Center and the Gateway program. And since we own this building, we wouldn't have to get into a long-term lease where we didn't actually own the property in and of itself. But an option is certainly that we could sell it. We do get calls on a random basis showing interest in purchasing that building. We could also go back to the 7-Eleven committee and talk about a long-term land lease. So there are other options there to generate revenue. And as a reminder, it was maybe a unique agreement, but we were generating almost $1.5 million a year in the lease that we had with Meta. So,
so the 7-Eleven committee, as I understand it, is they've already done their job. Their job was to declare it surplus property, meaning we could dispose of it, lease it, sell it, whatever we needed to do. That it wasn't their recommendation necessarily that it be leased. It was just their recommendation that it was declared surplus property, which is a process we have to go through to say, we're not going to use it for our own purposes for a while. We can do something else with it. So I'm not sure we have to go back to the 7-Eleven committee to do anything. I think that work's already been done. And yeah, Lisa Cho might have a different take on that, but that's my understanding of what happened there. So if we have some plans and to actually move a program into it and get out of, a different lease, then that's another story altogether. But it just seems sitting on a vacant building for a long time is kind of silly.
Thank you. Trustee Bonini?
So I'm looking forward to hearing more ideas, right, about how we might use that property or what we would do with it. But one thing that has been on my mind is a lot of the discussions that we've been having around CTE programs that we're running, the whole convening that happens quarterly, something here, and just a lot of discussions that we've had even, I would say, in different committees, right? And I think that Trustee O'Neill's raised some of them, more. And I wonder if knowing that the site is, I think, maybe code or whatever for students to be there, but maybe it has to have some upgrades, that whether we might consider starting to ask some questions around programs that are running in our county. I'll use something like Fortitude Careers as an example. They are helping students in our county. They're doing trades. They do not, just one example, they don't have a place to be. They are moving all of their equipment constantly. They use Serato for some showcases. They might, be able to use that space. Or perhaps maybe some of our districts might have some CTE programs that need infrastructure or that have infrastructure. And maybe it's an opportunity for us to have a site where different districts could potentially use the site, collaborate, share equipment, invest in different equipment, because there are a lot of different trades or different CTE focus, right, that might need space that they don't have, or it might be a small district that just doesn't have that capacity. So I can think of I won't keep going on that, but I think there could be a lot of uses related to that. And given that it was already used for ROP, it's very similar in a lot of ways. Maybe we also, have auto shop again or something. I was looking at the map, but that's something I would like to explore more, because I think we need something more robust in our county, whether it's something around healthcare or different, different trades or something. And that might be something that our districts are interested in, so we might want to ask them. That's my idea.
Trustee O'Neill?
Did you call me or?
O'Neill.
Oh, okay,
O'Neill.
because I thought your hand was. Okay. Yeah, since I asked to have this on the agenda, I have been kicking the tires with different agencies around the county. And I think I did send an article or had Jennifer send an article to you about the challenges Gen Z is having, how a lot of the rungs on those bottom ladders are disappearing. And so I did reach out at the Progress Seminar to one college, community college district. And the thing I think that's unique about this property that we can offer is its location. Okay, it is 3 blocks from BART station, 3 blocks from Caltrain. It is right off the freeway. I haven't looked to see how many bus routes run down Rollins Road, but I would assume there's quite a few since it's a major thoroughfare. And one of the challenges that people have with the community college district is they're all on a hill. And I talked to a different college trustee, and their satellite office they opened up in Half Moon Bay has 2 to 3 classes every single day for people that are there. And this would be a prime location that maybe the community college district might want to see about renting some rooms and putting colleges there. Okay, I did talk to the woman in charge who Marco did meet her there also for the Adult Education Consortium, and they're desperately looking for a place to have a culinary class because there's that's another job area they're trying to teach people. I did, and Marco and I met. I don't know, can we talk about that, Marco, or do you want to talk about it? Okay, Marco and I did talk with the Silicon Valley Foundation, and they seemed open to helping us actually build some sort of, I'll use the word cooperative, consortium, whatever. Job Train can go there and have a facility to teach people. CTE would serve, although I did send an email to Kristen Schaus and she was less than enthusiastic about CTE using it. Okay, but there's no reason we can't open it up to like a Job Train, NovaWorks. Okay, at the Progress Seminar, they said one of the biggest challenges that's going to be happening is 45-year-old men being unemployed and not having a job. So maybe that's something we can open up to as, a training area given its location. And it's certainly, looking at, I've not been in it. I drove by it just to see what I would be talking about. And I mean, it looks like this is a slate that's now blank and we could customize it to whatever needs we would like. There's classrooms, it looks like, already there. And I would like to see if this board can authorize, and I don't know what the structure it would be a subcommittee of the board, would it be Marco and his people, Kevin, or who, to start contacting different job entities. I know the county's trying to start a job program, and as you've often heard me say, one of the biggest weaknesses we have in government is everybody operates as a silo. And we need to work together with the challenges that this district, this peninsula is facing for people. And I heard a quote, and I really like this quote, is we can no longer just think outside the box. There cannot be a box. We just need to look at everything, okay? There was at the Progress Seminar, Marco was there, was the biotech people. Remember that biotech consortium
from Genentech.
Well, there was a gentleman there from Genentech, but there was also an industry group that would, we could approach them and see, could this be a biotech like the Science Garage South San Francisco High has that was funded by Genentech? So I have to admit, I'm not Moses coming down from Montero Mountain with the 10 Commandments, okay? But I think this is an oyster within a pearl that we can make into a pearl to really address the common needs this peninsula has for workers. And I hope we can move forward. How that, process would be, I don't know. And I have to say, it isn't going to be done in a month. We're looking at 3, 4, 5 months of getting people together, picking the right people that can work together, the right organizations to move forward. And that's what I was hoping to get direction for.
Thank you. Trustee Love?
Thank you. A lot of great ideas. I appreciate it here. And to Susan's question, why hold on to it? It's because it's a really great potential resource either for the county office with respect to funding or to serve as like a spot for collaborative use. It's a way that we can potentially serve our districts, the youth in the community. I would like maybe not so much on 45-year-olds, but on programs that support youth. I like the idea of pulling together a group of partners. We've been talking a lot about partners here tonight, to think and kind of vision what this can be, not like a 12-month process, but just what are sort of the key needs that the districts are seeing and how can we help address it? So we're not just coming up with the ideas, we're hearing what the needs are, and if it's workforce or whatever the key thing is, that we can bring this to the table. And that would be our contribution, is bringing this property.
I think what's unique about this is 35,000 square feet. So it's not all or nothing. You know what I mean? I looked at the zoning. The zoning is for light manufacturing. I don't think there's going to be a lot of that in San Mateo County. The vacancy rate for that is 7%. Commercial property, the vacancy in San Mateo County, last time I checked, was over 20%. So.
Trustee Love?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, planning departments in cities have rules. And so,
prevention unit. Yeah.
That's another issue that could have to be explored, but
yeah,
definitely you can address it. Thanks.
Trustee Gerard?
Yes, I just wanted to jump on the piggyback of using it as some kind of an educational facility in partnership with somebody. It was a shining star when we had ROP in it, and it can be a shining star again. And I am all for trying to find partners that are interested in building programs to educate students, adults. That's what we did before. And I think we need to do it again. So.
Trustee Arias?
Thank you, Trustee Gerard, because we both went to that ACCBE conference. And so I was going to talk about it a little bit. So I'm going to take this opportunity to just say that in San Diego County Office of Education, Dr. Matthew Tessier he leads the initiatives and expands innovative learning opportunities for within the county. So kind of like what Trustee Love said, within the school districts in the county, they have this building. So in that building, they provide opportunities for districts to come and work on different future, there were STEM opportunities, there were, help me. He also talked about how they bring schools for kind of like a tour to participate in training. I think I don't remember if it was high school for CTE.
Right.
And then, but one of my notes here is that the question of board member is, so we were there as board members of the county office of it, is not whether CTE matters, is whether your region is investing strategically on CTE, right? Because it really means that it's not, they were talking, it's not an anti-college, like we're not promoting to go to college, but the reality right? Of someone who graduates from high school and needs to find a job, right, in the moment, and the opportunity to be exposed to different options within CTE opportunities in that building. I think it was three floors, right?
It was 3 floors.
3 floors, and they provided different. I wish I could remember right now. My notes don't explain exactly what it was, but it was also they had counselors that were mapping career opportunities with checklists so that they would do that. In the county office could become. This was another presenter together with him from the Orange County Office of Education, and they had OC Pathways, Partnerships for College and Career Success. And so they talk again about how the county office can provide apprenticeships, also opportunities, and can be non-traditional for youth. So they had opportunities where there was 12 to 20-hour work positions. They were given some stipend, I remember. And this also, again, supported the students to try different paths and possibilities, because they were saying so many of the times our children might graduate without really knowing what their strengths or the full potential that they might have if they're not exposed to the different careers. How would they know if within their family or community, they haven't seen that possibility, right? Being a scientist or doing some kind of the STEM opportunities, I remember the robotics at Hillcrest. So what I did, so they gave us this big, huge, very big OCT Pathways gave us this big booklet where you turn pages, and he put from, I think it was 4th grade or 5th grade, elementary, middle school, and high school, and the possibilities that could lead after graduating from 12th grade. And they had very systematically organized in a way that you could see how the possibilities of someone graduating from 12th grade could be in the future. And especially because they talked about, we talk about a lot of technology and how it's taking some of the jobs of certain roles, right? But they purposely had situations where that there are going to be jobs in the future and they are going to be needed. And so what I did is I didn't bring the whole thing, but I took copies. So I'm going to give them to Jennifer because they all have QR codes. And that booklet that I'm talking about is digitalized. So you all can have, if you want to take a look at it. But now, as we're talking about this possibility, I can see how this investment of this property stays within the San Mateo County Office of Ed, and just either, what Trustee Love said, whether it's for youth all the way up to 12th grade, or whether, Trustee O'Neill said, for older, maybe graduating from the districts. But I think it's an opportunity to really invest in those possibilities of the San Mateo County Office providing this for the districts. And again, I don't have all the information because the booklet doesn't say it, but I know that we had all the slides that we could also share because we saved them. But it's just very innovative, thinking outside the box idea that San Diego County Office of Ed did with that building. So,
And we were invited, the board, we were invited to visit this facility in September. So we will be going down in September to visit the facility, I hope, in San Diego.
Thank you. Trustee Benini, did you have your hand raised? No. Okay. Yes, lots of ideas that I heard that kind of got me going. So I think there's different ways that this could be approached. One would definitely be reaching out to the community colleges and seeing what their needs are. Another would be reaching out to local nonprofits to see, I know they're always struggling with space. I'm also interested in, so I started off in after school programs, and I know that there's always a wait list and there's a capacity. So if there are the local school districts or the districts in that area, what their needs are for after school programs and what we can do to support there. I know Roblox is near here, and if there's something that they could partner with us to do STEM labs or something. And then just going, I'm going to go out there a little bit of like, I know this might be costly to redo the space, but if we make it a green space to have a green space available and add like a community garden, that would be an option. And we can enhance like our environmental programs that we do here. And there's no active like kitchen there right now, right? So like maybe incorporating that, because then that would allow us to do like culinary pieces. So I think there's a lot of ideas and a lot of potential, and other trustees named other amazing potentials. What I'm thinking, oh, yes.
Getting back to our conversation with the Silicon Valley Foundation, they've identified health. Well, what was the term he used? There was a term he used in terms of the silver tsunami, okay,
Yeah.
that's coming, and the healthcare needs, and that they were even looking for trying to find a place to start teaching phlebotomy or whatever, you know, and they actually have started one of their goals in their programming is for workforce development and economic mobility that they want to look at. So, and they're willing to help us. So I don't know if like we should contact him again and tell him that the board, no, I'm reading that the boards would like to move forward to explore options, and we'll see what maybe they're willing to help us with, or what, Marco?
Superintendent Chavez?
Yes, no, these are great ideas. And what I'm taking away is kind of an educational facility based that meets the needs of our school districts, that meets the needs of our community and community college. And then there's models that we can maybe tap into. And so what I propose is that we take this back and we kind of draft out a roadmap of what it would look like. We also, what it might look like in terms of actions that we need to take, because I'm also thinking it might have a budget impact. And so bringing maybe some of that and connecting to resources like the Silicon Valley Community Foundation. Now that we have a picture of what that could be, I can talk to Moses and say, this is what we're envisioning. Because one of the things that he offered, or the Silicon Valley Community Foundation offers, is to be able to facilitate some of these processes to get us to develop a plan of action. So partner with funding to help us do that. So I'm happy to do that if that's the pleasure of the board.
Yeah, and I was going to say another idea that I had is we love subcommittees, but if we were, because I also am thinking of not putting too much work on the county office team, and if there's work that the board can do as a subcommittee in terms of reaching out to those partners or reaching out to folks and identifying who those groups and organizations are to kind of get that information, just to offset like the workload on the county office, is why I would propose potentially a temporary subcommittee to figure out how to utilize this space. But just a thought, not a commitment. Any other comments or questions? Trustee Love?
Just sometimes I think our subcommittees become more work for staff.
Right.
Maybe you just call on us when there's assignments.
I think we will discuss that possibility of having a subcommittee, but and bring it back and see if that works. Or it could be that, and again, this is a brainstorming session, do we go back to the facilities master plan facilitators? Because I believe that was part of the plan to look at that property and see where that process might be, and then bringing that as an option to the board to explore it further, to explore that facility further with those facilitators.
Yeah, whatever's easier on the county office, I think would be.
Just two comments.
Yes.
One, we want the program to dictate the use of the facility. So the program needs to kind of be decided first, and then we engage the facility master planners.
Mm.
And two, based on this conversation, I'm probably going to be calling our broker and just let them know that conversations are happening about us potentially using this facility. If they find something, somebody comes forward and wants to rent it, we'll have to bring that to you and have that conversation. But I'll alert the broker that this conversation's happening.
Great, thank you. Trustee Bonini?
Oh, I second that. Just like that we should, have more direction before we do something like that, in my opinion, like in terms of like, I think we have a structure of what the building is, and I think we can talk to it from that perspective. What was the other thing I was going to say? It's so late. I heard different things from everyone, in terms of a focus of, not that we couldn't do more than one thing at the facility. Trustee O'Neill's point is taken. But I just want to emphasize my perspective is not that we don't serve adults and other things but my preference is that we focus first on our own students, next on sort of the county-wide student population, and then next on out of our jurisdiction, if you will, with K through 12. That's just my perspective.
Thank you. Trustee Arias?
Yeah, I think I also would really appreciate, like, I think Trustee O'Neill said about like, what is it called? Like, and I don't know anything about this, but what is legally able to use in that building, code zoning, yes. Because then that can give us a better idea of where to, right? Because right now we're just brainstorming, but maybe that can also define what, according to the laws, what can be there, students, school, like, after school, what exactly could that provide? And I was just thinking as you were talking, Trustee Bonini, is like, maybe in the day it could be for younger, and then at night could be for older, and then community college, right? Like, because how great would it be? This that I'm going to provide is called exactly pathway, and it's course pathway sequences. So it meant that you start when they're younger, but right, like you continue as they graduate from 12th grade, and we're hearing just right now our youth, right? Our youth that are going to need opportunities once they're maybe out, and it's like maybe that's where, if they're older than 18, that's another opportunity where in the evenings they have this place where they can be trained to economic mobility, right? So, and that will be provided by the San Mateo County Office of Ed.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Are there any from the public?
No raised hands.
Great. There is no action to take on this item. For item 8C, Kevin Boltema, Deputy Superintendent, Business Services Division, and Tammy Moore, Associate Superintendent, Human Resources, will present the public disclosure of the classification and compensation study negotiations agreement between the San Mateo County Superintendent of Schools and the underrepresented group management employees. Deputy Superintendent Boltema and Associate Superintendent Moore.
So this is an AB 2756 disclosure. It's informational only. This estimates and communicates the cost of implementing the class and comp study for certificate and classified management. Important to point out, not all employees are receiving a pay increase. Some are related to the study, others are not, and others were identified as actually being paid a premium for their services. The outcome of this agreement, though, does not reduce anyone's pay, and actually creates multiple salary schedules based on date of hire, so that those employees who, per the study, may not be increasing currently, but in the future, if we had negotiated increases, they would get to benefit from those. So the total cost for the remainder of 25-26, because this is a go-forward agreement with an effective date of April 1st, is $126,288. And then for the remainder of that cost increase into next year, another $378,864. So no other changes, just implementation of the class and comp study. The only remaining group is the teachers group, and we have been negotiating the class and comp implementation with them as well. Hope to get that done very soon.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the board? I am seeing none. Any from the public?
None from the public.
Thank you. There is no action to take on this item. For item 8D, we have superintendent's comments. Superintendent Chavez, do you have any comments to share?
Yes, I'll make them very brief. I would like to take this moment to express sincere appreciation to our administrative professionals across our County Office of Education. Their dedication, professionalism, and attention to detail are essential to the success of our organization. They provide outstanding support to our students, our families, staff, district partners, the County Board of Education, and our broader community. So very simply, they are the backbone of our organization, and we really appreciate them. And so happy Administrative Professionals Day to them today. Also, I wanted to invite the board. We're going to have a ribbon cutting celebration for our solar panel project. Now that it's complete, it'll be on Wednesday, April 29th at 1 p.m. This accomplishment reflects our commitment to sustainability and responsible stewardship of resources. So we're very happy and proud of that project, and you all were participants in that. So you're welcome to join us if you're available. And then finally, extend our warm birthday wishes to President Torres, who will be celebrating his birthday on April 25th. Feliz cumpleaños. And Deputy Attorney Lisa Cho, who will be celebrating on April 30th. Feliz cumpleaños. Thank you.
Thank you. For item 9A, the board will discuss and act on workforce housing, priority and rental of units and public benefit agreement between the Housing Endowment and Regional Trust, HART, and the San Mateo County Board of Education, San Mateo County Office of Education, and the San Mateo County Superintendent of Schools, collectively SMCOE. Superintendent Chavez.
Thank you, President Torres. So the San Mateo County Office of Education has been working with the Housing Endowment and Regional Trust, HART, in partnership to provide workforce housing options to our employees and educators in San Mateo County. A public benefit agreement between SMCOE and HART would document the relationship between these parties. And the agreement gives SMCOE certain rights tied to the financial contribution and to the project's future public benefit use. So I'll turn it over to the Deputy Superintendent Baltima.
I'll just introduce Armando Sanchez, the Executive Director of HART, the Housing Endowment and Regional Trust. He can provide a summary of the agreement itself and answer any questions of the board. Armando.
Thank you. I'll let you go first.
Appreciate the opportunity to bring this before you again. I will not go into great detail on the agreement. I just want to point out some of the most important highlights for you to understand.
Could you speak into the microphone for Trustee Alvaro, please? There we go.
That sounds much better.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will point out the main parts of this agreement that are really important for you to understand and hear, and then answer any questions you have. So I want to focus on Section 2, and I will cover very briefly each of these points. Section A is the tie-in with the indenture being the bond covenants of when we acquire the property and issue the bonds. It has two very important provisions in there that must be met before educator units can become available. One is the minimum redemption standard, and what this does is it is a schedule of bond redemptions each year. We have set it up so that it is achievable with rent growths in the project at 2.5%, and this will allow for the conversion of units, all of the units becoming available to educators by year 11. So as long as we can meet that schedule, all those units will become available by year 11. And just to show you the magnitude that, oops, okay. And just to show you the magnitude of rent increases we'll have, if we set the schedule at 2.5, okay, percent. If rents increase 2.7%, the market rates, we could achieve full occupancy by educators by year 6. So the margins are very small. This sets a base that makes it very achievable to get all the units within 12 years, but we expect to outperform that and get them delivered to you a lot faster. The second criteria that requires is that we maintain a debt service coverage ratio of 1.25. The reason both are included is that, you know, we may have a bunch of great years where, you know, we're bringing in a lot of units and all of a sudden there's a dip or a recession and the debt service coverage ratio might dip. Unlikely, but it could happen. So these are the two standards set by the underwriting bank to ensure that we can meet the minimum payments on the bonds. The second item B talks about a 10% minimum discount. This honestly is a relic of the past. It is a requirement that, you know, RBC, the bank, put on us in order to sell the bonds. In the past, when these projects were done, the discounts were so bad that they wouldn't even reach 10%. And the advocacy group said, in order for these to be of any value to the public, there must be a minimum of 10% discounts. So we have to include that in the agreement. But the reality is we're shooting for much better than that. We're shooting for at least 25%. So you can honestly ignore that. That's just a relic of the past. That is a requirement now. Section C, it says that 1/3 of the units must be occupied by households that are low income. That is at 80% of AMI. This is a requirement in order for the bonds to be tax exempt. If 1/3 of the units were not specifically set aside for low income people, we could not issue tax exempt bonds. Thus, it would raise the cost of getting them. Again, I believe that you want to have 100% at 80% low income or even much lower. And so again, our targets are much better and more responsive than the minimum requirements set forth. And then lastly, it references a preference agreement, which we do not have yet. You know, from the committee, from trustee, from the trustee committee, I received what the Jefferson Union High School District has done, and I will use that as a starting model and present it to you. And then, you know, I don't know how you want to go about it, but you can provide feedback, and then we can craft that out. We could do that. My hope is that, you know, definitely before your next meeting, we could have that agreement also in place. But the main key takeaway here then is that, you know, you are making a commitment to provide the 7.5 million, which sets which will be secured through a promissory note and deed of trust subordinate to the bonds. Just to make sure you understand, it'll carry a 3% interest that is not payable until the end, until all the bonds are paid off. We do not structure it as a cap equity contribution because that would cause all kinds of problems for the tax exempt bonds. So it has to be structured as a loan. You know, but essentially it is also secured against the property as well. So you have that security there. And I think those are the main elements of it. If you have questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yes, before I dive into those, just want to make sure that we focus on the topic, which is the MOU. And if there are other questions related to the work, to be directed to the subcommittee and Superintendent Chavez, especially for sake of time. So comments or questions from the board? Trustee Love?
I just wanted to clarify something. So in the future, if there's not enough revenue coming in to cover the bonds, what happens?
Well, there's several safety measures involved in that. You know, the first provision is that, you know, the units will transfer over to educator units at a slower pace. So let's say there's not enough money, so we would slow down the conversion of the units. So that's one safety valve. Second, the bonds themselves required substantial reserves be set aside in case there's shortfalls in cash. So that's another opportunity to do that as well. So those are two very powerful tools we have in case rents were ever in a situation where they could not be paid.
Trustee O'Neill?
I know in all the scenarios that we've seen in the Excel spreadsheets you brought up, you've always had a discount of $1,000 to $2,000 a month. Okay. And then that would get there. And I emailed Kevin and he very kindly sent me the information. And I was concerned about even if it's $5,000 a month, and we have a discount of $2,000, that's still $3,000, okay? Customarily, if you want to buy a house, they look for 40% debt to income ratio. For apartments, they usually look for 30%. So what I was concerned about was, can the employees of the San Mateo County Office of Education afford to live in these units, even with a subsidy? And Kevin sent me a sheet with it, and I asked him for the median income so that, and he disregarded the directors and principals, et cetera. And so he gave me the median incomes, where for the exact center, which means half the employees are below this median. And looking at the CSEA 158, which are the paraprofessionals, their mean income is $47,890, which would mean that the subsidy would have to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $3,000 to $3,500 a month if, a paraprofessional was to rent the building. Okay. Now that's based just on their salary. And I'm assuming you're going to want to have this based on family income, household income.
That would be correct. It would be based on the income of the entire household.
Okay.
So-
But if we have a single employee, depending on the policies and procedures we decide as the board to implement, that a $3,000 a month subsidy would really lengthen the time until it becomes entirely our employees.
Yeah. So again, the 20% discount is across the board on average. So as I've indicated before, you can rent it to some that are a little bit higher, which would be very easy to slot in, that you rent it to the ones where it's right at that level. And if you want to rent it to those that are extremely low, way below, they would essentially, take the subsidy of 2 or 3 others units. So in other words, if we had 5 units available and you want to make them available to one person who's at that extreme level of low income, that means we'd probably have to keep 2 of the other units at market rates for a longer period of time. So you could definitely house employees at any income level you want. It would just mean retaining more market rate units for a longer period of time.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure the board set those expectations that, you said 6 years, that depending on the population and how we write our policies in terms of who moves in there, that could make it 7 to 8 years because of that.
Trustee Bonini?
I just wanted to thank you for asking that question because I was also looking at that and what's a low income household. And I remember the conversations when I was on the committee about what you just said, Armando, that we would have the ability to adjust the amount we're subsidizing based upon the income level. And I guess, yes, it would maybe impact the time frame, but where does is that in the later documents that we create that
That
lives?
is correct.
Okay.
That is where that would be.
Okay.
And just to share, our board had very similar questions about it. And one of the examples that I provided them was that for those of you that tour the facility, you know how impressive it is. I went to the inspection where we went into every single unit, and some of those units I was like, wow, I was just unbelievably impressed by them. But one of the things that we came up in at Hart's board meeting was that you could have an employee that could rent a unit there for $3,000, let's say, or they can go out into the general community and rent one for $2,600 or something like that. Once they see the unit and what they could live for a few extra, not a few, it is a significant amount, but if they could stretch themselves to get into one of these units and then have their rent only increased a fixed amount each year, once they see the units, it would be very hard for somebody to not make every effort in the world to live at this apartment building. It is extremely attractive.
Other comments or questions? Trustee Love?
This is just a question since I'm not familiar with these. So if you give an employee $2,000 discount, is that taxed then as part of their salary? Does that get put into their paycheck and get taxed? Not in the paycheck, but how does that?
My understanding is that educators have a greater flexibility in employee-related housing than other general employees of public agencies. And I think maybe Trustee Mike, I'm sorry, I forgot your last name, O'Neill, Trustee O'Neill can share a little bit about that, because you do have your experience at Jefferson Union High School District.
Could I just add to that then? The difference being, so when I was on one of these housing committees a long time ago for the county, if it's on district property, it's different than having a building that's in the middle of a downtown city. Is that true?
No, I'm referencing some information I got years ago, and markets move, so this might be not accurate. Lisa, you're the lawyer. Is at one point when at Crestmore, they were considering building staff housing for the San Mateo High School District as well as the feeder districts. And my understanding was one of the things that was an impediment for that was when it was a San Mateo High School District employees, it would be fine, but like a Burlingame employee, it could be considered taxable income. Now that, I don't know if that's accurate there, but I do know at Jefferson, it is not, to my knowledge, it is not taxable income. But it is owned by the Jefferson High School
So
District.
that's my understanding. If it's a school district doing it for its employees, that's different than another building somewhere
So
else. But that was old information as well.
Yeah, but for our purposes, this would be owned. You're basically holding it as a trustee almost for us, and it's our beneficiary. We're the beneficiaries of the trusts. So I would imagine, my guess is that this would be non-taxable, but possibly to a school district employee, the discount might be taxable.
Because the land would be the county office land.
County office of ed.
Owns that land.
Yeah.
Let me research that and get back to you, trustees, because I do not practice income tax law, and I'm not an accountant, so I have to look into the specifics of that. So let me come back to the workforce committee.
I'm perfectly willing to be corrected. Yeah, and at least I was also wanted to be sure, being, we could have employee A get a $2,000 discount, employee B get 1,000, employee C actually gets 3,000. The leases are private documents; they're not a public document, correct? So unless they're all in the rec room, doing iron and saying, "Hey, I got 3,000," nobody needs to know, or which they might do. Is it?
Disclose private leases with individuals around housing.
But isn't it considered income, and salaries are public information for public employees?
Yeah, so again, around like how this gets counted towards an employee's income and whether or not that's taxable, and then whether or not that's disclosable under public records, because then salaries are taxable. Let me research those specifics. Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. I wish I did, but I don't.
I looked it up in Covered California, and the employees, there's not at the Jefferson High School District, there's no column there for like rental discount.
And, I will work with your attorney on this to look into it further, but as you indicated, this is privately owned essentially by Hart. It is not owned by the district itself. So, the rents, it's a whole different realm.
I would like one of it's, for the agreement you have, for the I forget what it was called, but the agreement. Could you put in there San Mateo County Office of Education or its successors? Because in my experience with city council, the state will change the laws and there might not be a San Mateo County Office of Ed because it might be the Bay Area Office of Education or something, for its successors. Yeah.
We can add that to the.
In 50 years, who knows?
Trustee Alvaro?
Thank you. So I have just a clarification, please. On item 2C, where it says the owner will use best efforts to lease 1/3 of the residential units in the project to low-income households. First of all, best efforts doesn't say shall. It says you're going to try. So there's no penalty behind that. But the low-income households, and I know I asked you this sort of before, Armando, but I'm really unclear about it. Is this the general public who happen to qualify as low income, or is this the low income people that we're talking about being our own employees?
Okay. Let me explain why it says best efforts and not shall. If it said shall, it would require that 1/3 of the units be immediately occupied. And as we all know, that's an impossibility immediately. And there's also it is one of the escape valves in case there's any, a recession or any downturn in terms of the economy. It means, you make the best efforts to do it and you will provide those. But if there are circumstances like you just bought the building and you can't fill them up immediately with 1/3 because it's not vacant, that is one of that is the reason why it says best efforts and not shall. It's protection not only for the bond buyers, but it's also for SMCOE's protection that we would never default on the building and put the whole project in jeopardy and jeopardize the SMCOE's investment in the property. That is actually a good thing to have in this situation. And in terms of who it means, we refer to it low income because that's, again, part of the terminology that's needed for the tax exempt bond issuance. But it is understood here that we're talking about your employees, with the exception of the 6 units that exist already that are BMR units.
And will those 6 units always be 6 units?
They will always be 6 units. They are set for 55 years, so we're about 5 years into it. Assuming we didn't pay the bonds off until the regular schedule, those units would become free of those restrictions at year 30.
And we can't say, we've got a low-income employee, we want to get them into
I
that.
think the city of San Mateo might frown upon that because those are supposed to be available to the general public.
Okay. That I thought so, but I just wanted to clarify it with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from the board? Trustee Bonini?
I was just wondering, as we're talking about this, and I think we had an update around conversations that were happening with districts or cities or whatever, if there are any updates around that.
Sure, the update, I reached out to the chief business officials of both San Mateo Union High, San Mateo Foster City, gave them kind of a heads up. I think Superintendent Chavez reached out to the superintendents recently. You may hear from one this evening. And that is the one downside of this deal, is that this property would come off the tax rolls, and the dollars that would typically go to some of our taxing entities and including our school districts in those boundaries would lose property tax dollars. So they're informed. They may have some response to it.
Trustee Superintendent Chavez.
Yes, for the record, we did, or the board did receive a letter from Superintendent Randall Booker from the San Mateo Union High School District. We have Associate Superintendent Chief Business Officer Yancy Hawkins, who wants to speak on this topic and highlight the items of the letter. He did submit a card, so we can wait, or if you want to have him.
We can wait when we get to public
Okay.
comment. I will just have a request if we can do an analysis of estimated cost of the loss, because I know in the letter that we received, there was the district had their own, and I wanted to see if it matched what we projected or what we will project.
Yancy can double check my numbers on this, and we just did a rough estimate, but probably $130,000 to $160,000, depending on whether you're San Mateo Union High or San Mateo Foster City.
Right. Yeah, that's what I calculated. Thank you. Trustee Love?
So, and this is probably more for Armando, the county, right, in its efforts to help with folks who are unhoused, has purchased, hotels and things. Did you run into these same kinds of problems when you've done those types of things that push back, not the residents, but from the governments of the cities where you're taking the quality in off the books or something?
Yeah, I think the problem in that situation was that it was housing of former homeless families. That some people are concerned about that. Educators and firemen, they're our community heroes.
No, but I was meaning the issue that they were taking those hotels and all the, not only the property tax, but you have like 18% on a hotel occupancy tax. All of that was getting taken away from the cities. And I was curious, did you get pushback from the cities and or school districts on this?
Well, the school district, I left it up to Superintendent Marcos and to discuss it with him. I did go to I contacted both the County of San Mateo and the City of San Mateo. The City of San Mateo was like, oh, we hate to lose the money, but they understand the public purpose, and they were saying, they're not going to object to it, but they did say, please don't do another one in our city. But they were amenable to it. They were less amenable to the transfer tax. And so we are including half of the transfer tax in baking it into the deal. They thought it'd be fair if they at least got half of it. We were claiming exemption for the full amount, but again, we work in partnership with all of our communities, and the project could absorb it. We had to remove a couple of reserves that we were kind of planning on, but we will comply and provide half the transfer tax to them.
But I was wondering in previous examples where you guys have taken, well, maybe not you, but like the city or the county has purchased hotels like in Redwood Shores and those Half Moon Bay. And so those are no longer getting any property tax for schools or the hotel tax for the cities, which is pretty significant. So how did you address
We
that?
were not involved in any of those transactions.
Okay, thanks.
But I also think the city's got a benefit because that helped them with their arena numbers for affordable housing. So it did get to count towards that for both the county and Project Home Key is what you're referring to. The only one that had the biggest issue was Millbrae.
That has been, but they have been removed from other, and it's generally been accepted
By school districts.
by school districts and cities.
And just a comment regarding the property taxes for us to pay. I looked it up, and the property taxes for that particular property existing are $500,000. And then, there is that pie chart that says how much goes to the city, how much to the school district, county, et cetera. And so, but for every dollar we pay in property taxes, that's less dollars we have for our employees for a subsidy, of $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month or whatever. So, and the school districts, they get roughly 50% of the property tax. So you're talking $250, and I don't know what the division is between the two separate districts.
Are you talking about the transfer tax?
I'm talking about the ongoing property tax. I mean, I'm sure we would still have to pay the bonded indebtedness for like sewer fees and, because we're using the water and stuff like that. I assume we would have to pay.
That is
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
Trustee Benini?
I wanted to speak just a little bit more to the impact on the districts and our initial conversations as a committee. The first property we even looked at, we had this conversation and we said, oh, we definitely have to make them aware and have a conversation. And then I would encourage us maybe to start thinking about what that conversation looks like other than we're taking your money, right? That maybe it's something else. Maybe we try to soften that a little bit by thinking of some other ways that we could benefit the districts or maybe make them whole in some other way. But I'm not suggesting that outright. I'm just saying that those are also our kids in our county, and that's it's not everything, but it's a substantive amount. And we had that conversation. We didn't fully discuss it, but there was some discussion around what that could look like, and maybe we have ideas around it that we should start thinking about a little bit more.
And I just want to point out, you may not have seen districts coming forward on other property tax issues. This has been pointed out from some superintendents and CBOs. They're not getting great information from assessor's office and controller's office about what's happening across the entire county as properties are changing. They've reached out and are pushing for us to improve our relationship with the assessor's office, controller's office. So often they wouldn't know. In this case, we're close to the districts. We want to be transparent about it. Appreciate the timeline is a concern here because we're moving fast. So you may hear, we would have liked to have known earlier. But anyway, our intent is to be open about this. You may not have, again, have heard districts coming forward on other properties because they probably weren't as aware as maybe we would like them to be.
And I will, if I may,
Yes.
I will add to Trustee Benini's point. The request from San Mateo Union is just that open dialogue, and also really communicating a comprehensive fiscal impact analysis of what this means to their district, and to explore mitigation strategies to offset the property tax. So that's the ask from Superintendent Booker.
There's also a difference, at least in Half Moon Bay and Millbrae, and I think the other city is they were LCCF funded. So the property taxes really didn't make too much of a difference to them. So that's the difference in how the funding mechanism.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Any from the public?
We do have a card submitted by Associate Superintendent Chief Business Officer Yancy Hawkins.
All right. Can you hear me? All right. Well, thank you to the Board of Education and Superintendent Chavez for this opportunity. My name is Yancy Hawkins. I have the pleasure of serving as the Associate Superintendent, Chief Business Officer for the San Mateo Union High School District. Tonight, I'm here to read into the record a letter from Randall Booker, representing the Board of Trustees for the San Mateo Union High School District. And I thank you in advance. Dear members of the SMCOE Board of Trustees, I am writing on behalf of the San Mateo Union High School District to formally express our significant concerns regarding the San Mateo County Office of Education's proposed acquisition of the property located at 1650 South Delaware Street in San Mateo in partnership with Heart of San Mateo. We recognize and appreciate the importance of addressing workforce housing challenges in San Mateo County and acknowledge the intent behind this proposal. However, the district has serious concerns about both the financial implications of this acquisition and the process by which it has been communicated to impacted public agencies. First, the financial impact to our district is substantial and long-term. As a public agency acquisition, this property would be removed from the local property tax rolls upon transfer of ownership. Based on our current estimates, the San Mateo Union High School District anticipates a reduction in property tax totaling approximately $4 million over the next 30 years. At a time where school districts are facing increasing fiscal pressures, the loss of locally generated revenue is especially concerning given the rising costs that districts continue to face. The permanent loss of these funds raises serious concerns about our ability to sustain programs and services for students. Equally concerning is the lack of early and meaningful communication with affected agencies. SMUHSD was only recently notified of SMCOE's intent to proceed with this acquisition, despite the clear and direct fiscal implications for our district. Decisions of this magnitude, particularly those involving the removal of significant property tax revenue from local school systems, necessitate a more transparent, collaborative, and inclusive process. Early engagement would have allowed for a more thorough understanding of the impacts, exploration of potential mitigations, and alignment with public agencies serving the same communities. While we understand the proposed model involves a phased implementation with current tenants remaining at market rates and workforce housing introduced gradually over time, the financial impact to school districts would occur immediately upon transfer of ownership. This disconnect between the timing of the fiscal impact and problematic benefit further underscores the need for careful consideration and interagency coordination. Given these concerns, we respectfully request that SMCOE engage in direct and ongoing dialogue with SMUHSD prior to finalization of any acquisition, provide a comprehensive fiscal impact analysis, including long-term projections and potential mitigation strategies, and consider mechanisms to offset or minimize the loss of critical property tax to local school districts. We remain committed to working collaboratively with SMCOE and our regional partners to address shared challenges, including workforce housing, in a manner that also protects the financial stability of our public schools. Thank you for your consideration of these concerns. We look forward to continued dialogue in this important matter. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Do we have other comments from the public?
No other comments.
Thank you. May I please have a motion from the board? Would the motion to approve or deny the MOU?
Move to approve the MOU.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Thank you. There is a motion to approve the MOU made by Trustee O'Neill and a second by Trustee Alvaro. Is there any further discussion? May I please have a roll call vote?
Ms. Alvaro,
Aye.
Ms. Arias,
Aye.
Ms. Benini,
Aye.
Ms. Gerard, Ms. Love, Mr. O'Neill,
Aye.
Mr. Torres.
Aye. The motion passes with a vote of 7-0, and the board has voted to approve the MOU. Moving on to item 9. Item 9B, the board will have second readings and take action on updated board policy 0460, local control and accountability plan, board policy 3100, budget adoption and revision, board bylaw 9224, oath of or affirmation, board bylaw 9260, legal protection, and board bylaw 9270, conflict of interest. Superintendent Chavez?
Yes, thank you, President Torres. The Board Policy Subcommittee convened on March 16th to review new, revised, and mandated policies issued by CSBA, or the California School Boards Association. Those policies that you listed were brought forth on April 8th for their first reading. In the packet, there was no suggested revisions at that point. So in the packet, there's the red line or the highlighted policies with the changes, and also the clean copies.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Any from the public?
None from the public.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve updated board policy 0460, board policy 3100, board bylaw 9224, board bylaw 9260, and board bylaw 9270?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I heard a lot. Okay. There is a motion to approve updated board policy 0460, board policy 3100, board bylaw 9224, board bylaw 9260, and board bylaw 9270 made by trustee Benini and a second by trustee Arias. Is there any further discussion?
I don't think she did. I
Oh,
did.
oh, that's who I heard. Sorry. A
Yeah, it
second
was
by trustee Gerard. Is there any further discussion? May I please have a roll call vote?
Ms. Alvaro,
Aye.
Ms. Arias,
Aye.
Ms. Benini,
Aye.
Ms. Gerard,
I
Ms. Love,
Aye.
Mr. O'Neill, Mr. Torres.
Aye. The motion passes with a vote of 7-0, and the board has voted to approve updated board policy 0460, board policy 3100, board bylaw 9224, board bylaw 9260, and board bylaw 9270. Hopefully I said all those numbers correctly. For item 9C, after being reviewed at the April 8th, 2026 board meeting, the 2026 through 2027 board meeting calendar is before the board for approval. Are there any additional comments or questions? I do have a request to change the July 15th to a week after, to July 22nd, after convening with Jennifer Perna and Marco Chavez about moving that 15th date. That week, trustee Arias and I will be at the NELEO conference, so we would not be able to be present for that meeting. So my request would be to change that to a week after. If it were a week before, there'd be conflicts with staff schedules and that 4th of July holiday. Okay. So canceling the July 15th and moving it to July 22nd. Yes. Are there any other comments or questions from the board? Are there any from the public?
None from the public.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the 2026-2027 board meeting calendar with the amendment change?
Move approve.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve the 2026-2027 board meeting calendar with the amendment changes made by trustee Benini and a second by trustee Arias. Is there any further discussion? May I please have a roll call vote?
Ms. Alvaro,
Aye.
Ms. Arias,
Aye.
Ms. Benini,
Aye.
Ms. Gerard,
I
Ms. Love, Mr. O'Neill, Mr. Torres.
Aye. The motion passes with a vote of 7-0, and the 2026 through 2027 board meeting calendar with the amendment changes have been approved. For item 9D, when an ad hoc subcommittee meets or a representative attends a meeting related to their given assignment, board members may choose to bring a report to the board at this time. Would any board members like to report out? Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the board? I'm seeing none. Any from the public? Thank you. There is no action to take on this item. We are moving on to board member comments, being mindful of time and that I have a full-time job. Please limit it to at least a minute. Trustee Love?
No comments.
Thank you. Trustee O'Neill? Trustee Alvaro?
No comments.
Trustee Arias?
It's not fair. I do have a quick comment. I just want to say, again, you all heard April 10 to the 11 ACCBE Regional Conference. It was great. I'm going to share. Again, I just want to remind QR codes. And then April 13 Family Engagement Conference at Riverside County of Ed. April 20 SMC SBA quarterly meeting. So I attended and I'm grateful for the System Solution curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Bonini?
Okay, I'll be quick, but please remember to register for the Kent Awards. The link is active. It's on May 8th. Please register. And I guess I can report on things later, but I just wanted to acknowledge that there were a lot of items on our consent agenda it's a very active month, and I just wanted to acknowledge the items. Earth Day today, right? Administrative Professionals Day, that's already been noted. AAPI Heritage Month, Mental Health Awareness Month, Jewish American Heritage Month, and Foster Youth Awareness Month. Those are all things that are top of our list of work. So I just wanted to call them out because we don't talk about them individually. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Gerard?
Very briefly, I did attend the ACCBE conference. It was excellent. And I do want to just say one thing that every single person there almost that spoke said, and that is we need to listen and talk to our students. That was a great message. Also, attending the San Mateo County School Boards Association dinner Monday night. It was an excellent presentation. I'm looking forward to the Ken Awards. I've been doing those visits this week, and they're great programs.
Thank you. Trustee Bonini?
I just want to say one more thing. Before we have our next meeting is May 6th, right? So that day is our next Court and Community School Teacher Appreciation Lunch for the 17th District. So it's in the middle, that's lunch on Wednesday the 6th. So if you can attend, please do. I just want to make sure to say that.
Thank you. My comments, just a shout out to Jennifer Perna for Admin Professionals Day. Thank you for all you do. Thank you to Kevin Baltama and Marco Chavez for all the work behind the scenes. Truly appreciate all of you. That's all I have. Item 10 is the adjournment. So our next regular meeting will be our study session on Friday, April 24th, 2026 at noon. And this meeting is now adjourned.
Okay, good night, everybody.